Greetings, Abraham Young.
How y'all doing? It's Monday.
I have more stuff to do. But first, let me yap about what I have planned on. Or what I'm gonna do. I have the concept for the back tendrils of the Hoopvolk reference sheet. The face and eye of Lily. Osmi's two work outfits. The backside of the Skullcirkin cloak. The backside of the LPA uniform. And then references of Patchley's hair as it's, completely down, and Fennel's stretch marks. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things to do. So the first thing I'm going to do is some liner here. Also, I currently do not have any access to my wrist rest because of something that happened on like Saturday, I think. Because I accidentally shook my chocolate milk while it was open and caused chocolate milk to get everywhere. And one of the things that was impacted the most was my wrist rest. So I have to go clean that. But first, I'm going to kind of start off on doing this. Which is kind of like the base. As I'm purposefully adding fat rolls because I can. So I should probably decrease the opacity of that. Wait, that's not meant to be there. Alright. I'm gonna do a little bit of this. And please note that this is like just for purposes of reference. This is literally just a reference sheet. Nothing too significant going on. Yeah. I like to mention that I'm just using Patchouli, the base model I made for Patchouli here. For, the base. So yeah. I'm just gonna take this time to try and do all the line art. Also, Fields of Mistria updated like over a month ago at this point, I think. I still have not played it at all. But I do know that they now have merch on Fangamer. They're lenticular pins. So, yeah. To kind of explain, like the anatomy of the tendrils. They're actually a reference to Tokyo Ghoul. And the tendrils usually originate from, like, over here. So, like, the lower back. But something that I'm, instead of just being the lower back, they kind of go up to, like, the middle of the back. Like, they usually don't show up around here. But they kind of show up in between. Where, kind of like, the tail and the wings of a Krystra would start. And one of the things about... So, to kind of explain the compression part, Hoopfolk tendrils often kind of lay relatively flat against the back. So, like, if I'm to make an ellipse, this is kind of like where, like, the general diameter of the Volk's, you know, tendril. But, yeah. Essentially, the big part, like the important thing about the Hoopfolk tendrils is the fact that they are kind of like, they're able to compress and they're able to expand. And to further explain it, for Hoopfolk, sometime a basic explanation I have for their tendrils is like they're kind of like elastic. When they're compressed, they're like very kind of thick and dense, and if you stretch them out, they get thinner. And it's kind of evolutionary thing. Which is to say that Hootvolk kind of had this trait for the purposes of being able to kind of acquire stuff that they can't reach with their, you know, hands. Like, very high up the fruit. As an example, that would be a little more historical. And it's also like there's a general way of decreasing the load that they'd have to carry, expanding their surface area. So that they can access certain things that usually Hootvolk can't really reach. And it's also used for like combat purposes, like being able to hold weapons. They can use their tendrils to hold weapons or manners of defending themselves, like shields. And if they kind of lose a tendril, it can regrow. It grows back. I like the horns of a Krystra because sometimes like once every few years their horn slash antlers kind of molt and kind of fall off their heads and new ones grow in their place. This happens the most when the Krystra is in puberty. So they're rapidly growing and frequently, you know, growing. So it's kind of like how bugs molt. Bugs and spiders. Because those also molt. And something else is that the tendrils of a Hootvolk can also compress quite a bit. So, as an example, I have this drawing, which looks slightly cursed, but just so you know, it's just an explanation for the anatomy. And as I write over there, these can also lay completely flat. Sometimes they might look like the stop on an organ. Hold on. Actually, let me look this up. And of course, below the Wikipedia article for this is a fucking pizza place. So, let me download that. And references. So, these over here. So, like, these are the stops of an organ, like the instrument. Pulling these out releases more of the pipes. Allows it to sound a little more haunting. But also very pretty. And I think these are also stops. I would not know because Actually, I'm gonna redraw this. It's like... So, that is kind of like the most compressed state. Of the tendrils over here. And I'm not going to do like a complete, like, fully rendered piece. This is just going to be more Anatomy-chan. Anatomy-chan! Anatomy-chan is here. And I'm going to use the color I have for Patchley's tongue to kind of like be the basis for the central color. For a hoop bulk. And now I'm going to do this. Also, it is possible to kind of accidentally pull a tendril out of a hoop bulk. Doing so purposefully is considered rude. Rude in hoop bulking culture. Never do that on purpose. And I'm probably also going to add something here to kind of show the, like, the mouths and eyes that kind of sometimes show up with an A Hoop Volk's anatomy. Like, especially for Patchouli, because at the start, they end up being kind of, like, really disorganized. And, like, kind of tend to cluster around in specific areas. Before eventually becoming a little more organized as they kind of grow up and learn how to control them. And that is the tendrils concept. Let me just cross that out. So now we have 8 more things to do. At least for today. Actually, hold on. But yeah. I'm also going to go into canvas properties and make it kind of like this color. Should look sort of good-ish. And yeah, I might do my intermission prematurely here because I think I need to use the bathroom soon. And I'm going to be using Dahlia for the like horn shapes aligned with, you know, the age, because she's not really shown in her like younger herself other than when she was 15 and an adolescent. But anyway, I'm going to do my intermission. I'm not going to run as prematurely. I'm just gonna let them have it when they happen. I need to use the bathroom pretty bad, so be back. Alright, I think I have sufficiently emptied my bowels for all intents and purposes. So I'm going to do something different. Which is to say, I'm going to work on Lily. And I actually started doing her, like, a few days ago. Which is... And I'm going to copy and paste. And I'm going to grab this and take it over there. Let's also do that. So the big thing is that I'm kind of giving Lily here a bit of a bulbous nose. Because she's, you know, Southeast Asian. Like, specifically Filipino? Like, whatever the Philippines is technically gonna be. You know, in the world of Patchley's Revenge. But yeah. Lily's kind of like a friendly face. You know, around the parts of, you know, Brewstrom that the world is kind of set in. Also, yes, the line work is a little wonky over there. And I finished doing all the outlines for Lily's arc. And I'm probably going to work on writing those actual chapters when I have the free time. You know, kind of like, you know, during college. Like, during my semester, where I'm probably going to be you know, working on a few things. Which is likely going to include me doing a lot of concept art. at least trying to work on enough concept art for me to really start thinking about how to kind of do the game. Like all of the characters. Yeah. And yeah. I also need to really clean off my keyboard. There's a lot of cat fur on it, let's just say. Also, since I already did an intermission earlier when I had to use the bathroom, I'm not going to do one at my usual 1 hour time. Simply because I already did one. Yeah. This shall be Lily Manado. She doesn't really have, like... I only really gave her that one big eyelash. But that's kind of like... It's kind of like a way to make her look a little different. And Lily doesn't really wear a lot of makeup either. And that's partially influenced by the fact that her job is, you know, one where she's working in a lab. She doesn't really bother to look all pretty as she's, you know, doing a bunch of experiments and, you know, investigating samples. That is, you know, Lily. She knows when it's best not to wear makeup because it could interfere with the samples. And also when to wear something that is safe to wear in a lab. She knows this because she witnessed almost all of her classmates being grilled by their professor about not wearing something that's lab safe. In fact, with the way that I'm kind of designing all these characters and their outfits, I feel like someone could reasonably like show up in a cosplay, minus the wigs and contacts, of course. Like most of the characters, like they could show up sort of dressing like the characters here at their job and would not really be brought to HR for a non-compliant uniform. Like, if they, like, at an office job, they can probably, like, dress like, Fettel or Dahlia and get away with it. simply because I purposefully designed Dahlia especially to wear something that someone could reasonably wear to work. Which, let me go grab my Dahlia reference sheet. Look at this and tell me whether or not someone could wear this exact outfit to a job and have nobody notice that they are actively cosplaying a character because they aren't wearing like a wig or the horns or any contacts. Like this is something I did reasonably see someone wearing at an office job. It makes sense for someone to have this kind of an ensemble at an office job. Maybe he wearing like black Oxford shoes or something like that. But I feel like someone could wear. Also, hello Stitch Silent. I'm just kind of yapping about how I feel like someone could either purposefully or accidentally cosplay one of my characters, like minus the wig, all the accessories of like the wig and the horns and the contacts. The people not realize that they're cosplaying a character while at their 9 to 5. Like if they work at an office. Yes, hello, how are you? I just finished doing something related to one of the original species. It's kind of like this. Because one of the original species I have is called the hoop folk. Not doing the best, you need some major serotonin. Ooh, yikes. Hopefully I can give you that serotonin you need. But yeah. So this is the one of the anatomy sheets for like one of the original species I have. Art always helps, yeah. So one thing that they have is like tendrils that are able to contract into their back and expand so that they can acquire something from high up that their arms can't usually reach. And it's layered. Yeah. I need tentacles! Also, hello, Edis. Yeah. Well, technically, it's not really, like, layered. It's just the best way I could really visually show that it's actively compressed. So it kind of, like, expands and contracts. You think you get it? Okay. And this is kind of like the horns of the characters. Of course, a lot of the horns have different shapes. Because right now there are 2 characters who are Vulcan. And they have pretty different horns. One of them has 2 pairs of horns, who is the protagonist. And this is Dahlia. And I decided to kind of use her for this. To show what the horns look like as they kind of age. So, as they are, a baby, the horns are just soft lumps because of the birthing process. Once they're prepubescent, the horns are a little harder. But the colors of their hair and horns are a little lighter are lighter than what they look like as adults. During adolescence is when the colors start solidifying. And then as an adult, the shapes of the hair, the shapes of the horns, and the colors of the horns and hair have solidified. So if I go to here, this is, of course, a pubescent slash adolescent, early adolescent Hoopvolk. Her horns are not as defined compared to Primrose over here. And her hair is lighter than what her hair eventually looks like. Which is these two are the same character. Lavender and Patchouli are the same character technically, just at different stages of her life. Including changing her legal identity. As you can tell, the horns are different. But anyway. So I actually have this color palette. Over here, it looks a little messy-ish. Because it's, you know, technically... Because I did horizontal instead of vertical. This is kind of the color palette for the characters of Patchouli's Revenge. Let me just make that color for her sclera, otherwise known as the white of the eye. And I'm going to kind of place it over here. I'm going to turn off the pupil. So that I can, you know, do all that. And then the hair, and now her skin color. So this is, you know, what she looks like. I'm going to add a little bit of shading as well. And I'm gonna have that at 50% opacity. And that is colors. And yes, I have a tendency to give my characters kind of like buddy nose shading. they, actually the tips of their noses look like it's like an animal nose. Actually, let's increase the opacity. Like that. And that is gonna be what the Lily's face looks like. Like, you know, beyond the, like, if you remove her bangs. Yeah, ads are starting in a few minutes. So I'm going to cross out the face from the to-do list. I might add a little bit of extra rendering. Like the line color. Which is kind of like that. And that is the lip color. And then that. And then very carefully the eyes. I might change the shade color because it doesn't have a lot of contrast with the yeah. I think that's a better color for her, the shading of her eyes. But yeah, ads are gonna start soon, so just sit back, relax. I'm not going to do a proper intermission because I already did one earlier at like the half-hour mark. Because I had to use the bathroom pretty bad. You know, empty the bowels, so I'm just gonna sit here and wait until at end. And then we can return to the shenanigans. And as I've started, I shall wait here until they end. And once they're over, I'm going to go start working on Lily's eye. Like the separated eye from the rest of the character. Because of course that's something you do. Especially when, you know, you're making a series and want to have everything be accurate. Also, I have no kitties with me, which is very sad. It is very sad when I have no kitties, because they're all frolicking around. And also, I am adding the detail of Lily having lighter palms than most of the other characters, because she is dark-skinned. I will not compromise on detail if I am able to add more. And reasonably not make myself go insane. Adding the lighter palms does not add to my insanity. Like, even though some people think I might go a little crazy from just that small detail, that is not an issue with me. But if I have to draw a whole bunch of belts, I think I will go mad. But anyway, welcome back. So I'm going to remove the ruler. And that goes in there. And I'm gonna transform it so that it is above the face. I think I have her eyebrow a little too high up. Oops. Let me just... do that. And so... just... boom, bada, boom. Also, something I ended up acquiring over the weekend. So, for those who don't know, I purchased a font from a place called Emigre, which is a type foundry that is kind of like very well known. They are known for a lot of well-known typefaces, such as Mrs. Eves, which is commonly used in, you know, book titles. And I wanted to use a typeface from that foundry for at least the cover of my own book. But, and of course I did cough up the money. It was $39, which I think is worth it for having unlimited access to a font. At least until I have to cough up more money to use it in the actual book. And one of the things that I gave to them was my address. That was kind of like part of the billing process. I had to give them my address. And, my, something that came in the mail back on Saturday from the Emigre Type Foundry. We're type specimens. As in physical type specimens. So there is one for their font Alda. There is Historia and the font whatever. So these are type catalogs, from them, which I think is pretty cool. But anyway, I'm gonna continue working on this. This being, reference sheet for Lily Manalo. Because, of course, I have to work on it. It is, after all, part of the reference. And I am going to add all these colors. And something else I'm going to add here is just a little bit of her skin tone. Oh, over there. And of course, we have the shading, which is gonna be this and that, which let me go add that to the color palette. Oops. And then we use the blur tool, mostly on the sclera. And the highlights, I'm going to use Add Glow, and I'm going to use the base color. Over here. And now I'm going to use the blur. And decrease that to about 50% opacity. And now I am going to add the pupil, which is going to be the shape. Let me just add a little more filling. Out of all the line art. And then color. It's mostly just the color. But now we have both Poopsie face and eye for Lily Manalo. But first, I'm going to use that. And then a little more specification with this. Let me decrease that to 50%. And fill in the iris. Oops. That was the wrong color. And that's Lily's eye. I might change her, like, lines here. Make it so that she does not look like a raccoon. Which, while raccoons are cute, that's not what I'm trying to go for. But I am going to save this. And I'm going to close that document. And the next thing I'm going to work on is Osmi's outfit sheet. I actually worked on her Hanfu while I think this happened while I was in my Oops All Writing week. She also has a front and back reference sheet, like a proper one that is in her crystal form. And I just realized her eyes look a little wonky. But And the main thing being is that Osmi has this outfit sheet. Which is to say that I kind of have her drawn in a few different outfits. Her reference number 1 is her first work outfit. And this is her second work outfit. And Lily also has 2 versions of her work outfit. One where she is not in a lab coat, and one where she is in a lab coat. Anyway. So, when it comes to her work outfits, the one thing that kind of remains the same is her shoes. She keeps the same shoes. So I'm going to draw those first. Let me decrease the opacity of the base. Actually, let me change to this. Actually, let me go to my actual sketch pen. And yeah. So I am unironically starting off with the shoes. Instead of, anything else involving the outfit, because I actually have a plan. So the big thing about both of Lily's outfits here is that she wears leggings. It's just that the main top and bottom are different, depending on what outfit she's wearing. So, and she does this mostly because she is someone who is fashionable. Her outfits are based off of the Douyin, Douyin, which is Chinese TikTok. And at this point, it is probably also considered a type of fashion. So she is meant to be very fashionable. And yeah. I'm going to use this for her, skirt, which is so it reaches above the knees, which is partially why she has those leggings in the first place, because she lives in a place that is pretty chilly. And she kind of wears a pleated skirt. Something like this. And her shirt has a high V-neck. It's actually kind of more like a sweater. If I am to really say so myself. It's actually more like a sweater with sort of bell, but bishop-esque sleeves. But if I am to yap a little bit about how what Osmi kind of is in the story, she's meant to be like a partial foil. She's meant to foil certain aspects of the protagonist of Patchouli. Like, a good chunk of the characters have traits that are a bit of a foil to Patchouli herself. And many aspects of Patchouli's story also kind of interconnect with other characters, specifically those from the Rodinia archipelago, through her own mother, who is the leader of Jaime, one of the islands of the floating archipelago. Osmi and Hydrangea are from the Rodinia archipelago, but from a different part of the archipelago, which is why Patchouli doesn't really recognize them. And that's just because they were in different places at different times. That and, Patchouli kind of runs away with the assistance of her older sister before she ever learns about the existence of the facilities. Osmi ran away before she could even be taken to any of those facilities. Hydrangea is the one who was unlucky and got held at those facilities. And there's kind of like a slow realization that actually it's going to have throughout the story. As she kind of starts figuring out what happened, like what atrocities her mother committed. It starts off, of course, with the investigation into the facility during, Lily's arc. And that's when she first hears about what her mother did in the Kristra Islands. And then during Osmi's arc, she kind of learns a little further about, more specifics about what happened when her mother invaded. During Hydrangea's arc, she kind of learned how the Kristra in the facility were treated, along with how the Nightborn Roundtable, kind of how they saved the Kristra of the archipelago that were, essentially captives. And then, during Dahlia's arc, they figure out that they are, family, have a proper reunion, the LPIA throws a party, with the bear saying, they finally found out that they're sisters, while everyone else figured it out pretty early. Yawn, but we're just waiting. And I feel like that's probably going to be a bit of a running gag once I, write some other scenes where involving Patchouli and Dahlia not being in the room. Like, maybe Osmi and Fennel kind of make a bet. Because they're both pretty confident that Patchouli and Dahlia are siblings. And then during Hydrangea's arc, they also get Hydrangea into the bet. And Hydrangea's just like, I've met their father. Or I know those two look like him. And they are definitely siblings. And she proceeds to join the bet. And guess who wins the bet? Somehow Hydrangea. Simply because she knows their father. And knows that if she asks them, hey, is Grima Chroma your dad? They're going to figure it out. Actually, I feel like part of the bet is going to be how they find out that they are sisters. Which nobody expects for Patchouli to technically be the one who wins the bet. Like, I imagine just the bet comprising of, like, whoever guesses how these two who are going to find out that they're sisters has to organize a party to celebrate them reuniting at work. For Hydrangea, it's like if I win, I'm going to make y'all some bubble tea, but you have to order it technically, so that my boss does not get mad at me for wasting company resources. They probably end up getting Linnea in on it too. Because Linnea is just like, sure, whatever. Or it would be kind of fun to have a party. A party wouldn't hurt anyone. But probably, like, eventually nobody ends up winning it because it takes Patchouli confessing to murder for her and Dahlia to realize that they're siblings. So nobody wins the bet. But anyway, as I've started, I am going to stop yapping and stuff. Because I probably needed to stop anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I probably should, like, once I have proper rep sheets for most of the characters, I plan on commissioning an art fellow artist I know to like draw one of them, I'll probably be like, here are all their references. Pick who you feel like you can, which character you feel like you can draw the easiest without getting too frustrated. Like, that's probably what I'm going to do. Like, you can pick a character, any character you wish. And you can draw them however you wish. Because honestly, yeah, I want to, you know, eventually have drawings of the characters that are not done by me. I feel like commissioning someone I know who has already seen a good chunk of some of the characters is already, like, I feel like it would make sense for me to commission one of them so that, you know, I can have art that is not made by me of some of my characters. But anyway, ads are back. You know, welcome back from the ads, everyone. I'm actually going to go duplicate this layer. And I'm going to move that over there. And that is going to be work 2. So, I'm gonna remove those layers, which is, I'm going to do this, and then I'm gonna do that as well. And then I'm going to go and start off doing that. And then grab that. I'm going to do this. Then plunk plunk. That is going to be the that's going to be work outfit number 2. I'm going to start off with working on the line art for here. Yeah. The reason why there's an artist that I plan on specifically commissioning, you know, for, you know, the characters is because she's doing it so that she can't afford rigging for her model, well, I believe. And I want to help out. And she's kind of like doing, you know, art commissions as an incentive. And it's probably going to be a way for me to also, like, gain experience in how I can also do my commissions. Through, you know, commissioning others. I feel like it's a good way of, like, you know, getting art. because I'm honestly a little scared of possibly doing art fight. Art fight is honestly kind of scary. And I feel like if I am to ever do any form of art fight, I feel like if I am to do art fight, I'm going to have to make more proper references for all of my characters. Of course, my main concern I have is people possibly whitewashing characters like Osmi and Linnea. Like, I honestly don't want them to be either accidentally or purposefully whitewashed by anyone and who draws them for like an attack back on my team. It's just that, you know, I just hope that if I do hypothetically ever do art attack, I just hope that those who do an attack on me using my characters, like, draw them accurately. And I might, like, exclude certain characters until I can make references, like 3D models in Clip Studio Paint, like in the Clip Studio Paint asset store. I'm probably going to wait until then for some of the characters like Patchouli. Because Patchouli has very complex horns. Also, hello Magda. Are you interrupting my drawing, Magda? Of course you are. Hello. I love Mags, even if you are smacking your tail on my face. Hi. She's rubbing her head on my hand. And she's right in front of my drawing tablet too. Cause she's silly and wants attention. What you do, little girl? What you doing, girl? What you do, Goily? Can I please draw Goily? Thank you, little girl. But yeah. Just silly. But we all love her because she's silly. She's just a silly little baby. Anyway. Let's go and do that. But yeah. Right now I'm just doing all this. Let's just do that. And there we go. Now we have her skirt. I'm gonna turn off the base and the sketch one. We also do a lot of this. And first of all, we do that. Then we do all of that. And then bada bing bada boom. We've also got to do this. And just correct all that color. I probably need to like properly clean my drawing tablet because I got chocolate milk on it like last night or like 2 nights ago. Oh no. So I might do like an intermission to do that. I like grab some glass cleaner. And now I'm gonna do that. And I'm not going to do the rest of this color until I, get the rest of the line art in here. But I am going to do this. So that is at least out of the way. So let's move that. Turn on work 2. And then I'm going to move this over to here. And let's remove those. So color copy goes down there. And first thing is erasing those lines. And then I'm going to do a bunch of this. Which is going to be, actually, hold on. Let's grab, I'm going to grab all these and start deleting. And let's see. I'm just using the lasso tool as it's easier for me to do that. For all of this. Now we can merge that down. And then for the rest of the color, it's just gonna be this. And now we merge that down. And that is the work number 1. Now we can cross out work outfit 1. And now it is time for work outfit 2. Which is over here. Which I'm going to remove the colors. And I'm going to do this. And this has a bit of a deeper V-neck. So I'm adding a little camisole, like the implications of one. Down there. And I'm going to make this have a little bit of a tighter fit. So that is what it's gonna look like. At least I think so. And of course, over here, is gonna be the shorts. Also, Magda is settling down on my bed. She's definitely gonna be making biscuits. But there we go. So I'm going to turn off the sketch layer. And I'm going to move to my line art, my pen. Which I'm doing for, you know, the detail. And I'm also gonna add a little bit of folds over here. And here we go. Now, line art 1. That is going to be erased. I'm going to turn off the sketch and the line art copy. And then I'm going to do this. And this is also Osmi's hair color. I'm kind of just simplifying all this for the sake of, you know, that I kind of don't want to bother too much with some of this. But anyway, let's go remove all of this from the line art. Yeah, I'm going to run that soon so that I can replace my water and do some other stuff. Like, you know, clean my, monitor / drawing tablet. At least try to. But first I'm going to complete the line art. Which I'm going to do something like this. And I'm going to do that for the little camisole. And now do the rest of this line art. But yeah. I believe that this is a pretty good line art. And let's merge those. All the way down. I'm gonna add the rest of that color down here. Do that. Actually, hold on. Let me do this. Actually. So that I can just plunk down all the colors. Before eventually correcting where some of them have kind of made gaps. Yes, ads are starting in about a minute, so I'm going to finish up some of the lines over here. Save this, and I'm going to return in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Ebony Yang. So, recall as to all of what we have done. We have done the tendrils concept for the Hoopvolk. Face and Eye of Lily Manado. And then Osmi's the 2 work outfits, which we did before the intermission. I just realized that there's a little tear in the rubber on my stylus. It should be fine. Oh, it's actually a pretty big one. Oof. But anyway. So to kind of explain, I did discuss this out earlier. But I think the first thing I'm going to do is the Skuldkirken uniform. Which is... This is next on the to-do list, so... I'm going to do that instead. So... we do all this. And there we go. Let's move this back. Make it a little bigger. Or on the screen. And I'm going to... I'll do that. And then... I'm going to go grab my reference sheet for Patchouli. Because... this is going to be the symbol on the back of the uniform from here. Let me just... do this elongation. And this is the Eyes of Gimli. In fact, let me go to the reference sheet. And this is the Eyes of Gimli. It looks slightly wonky. And that's because I use my line art pen and it tends to make it look a little wonky. And I'm going to use this pen. I'm going to make the center. And then I'm going to do all that. And yeah. And this is going to be essentially a big patch on the back of the cloak, which is going to be changed a little bit. So that it's not like just one big thing. I might make a 3D render of this. Is the later one. Oh. So now I'm going to start off with using a curve tool. And this is a consistent line. And I'm gonna copy and paste that. And then I'm going to do this. Erase, merge, this, and then this. And this is going to be the back, which if I remove the sketch, I'm going to add the base color. And then I'm going to grab my sketch pen and I'm going to do this. And there we go. Now, let's go down here. And this is going to look somewhat inconsistent. But I don't have a brush. To like easily make all of the lines. Which let me just do this real quick. And let's grab that. And then boom. Now I'm going to do this. And to make this simpler for me, I'm going to flip this horizontally. And then move it down and here. And then I'm going to tilt this. And then one more tilt. For this. Eventually I will make a 3D render for this. Drawing. Like for the cloak and stuff. But yeah. This is the Eyes of Gimlet. And this is the same color as the embroidery. And there we go. That is now done. I might make the line art a little thicker for the embroidery here in the future, but that's what it looks like right now. So this is the LPIA uniform as it is currently. So I'm probably going to draw the back of it, likely after at the end. Like, well, after ads happen. So for now, I think I'm going to work on this. Let me just bring this down a little bit. So that, you know. Sorry about that, my dad just cleaned my wrist rest. He told me not to start using it right away because it's still wet, but yeah. I just put it out in the window to air dry. For a little bit. And so, I am going to start doing Patchouli with her hair down. Yeah. Shout out to Papa Scale for cleaning my wrist rest. So once that's fully dry, I'll be able to use it again. But yeah. I'm just going to be trying Patchouli. In the meantime, until ads run and I, have to take my obligatory break from. It's kind of like of Patchouli's head. I'm eventually going to start using that for all of the, works I do of her. Which means, yes, I am definitely going to be making additions and modifications. Hello, Onyx Raccoon. How are you? Hello, indeed, hello. Yeah, right now I am drawing my character Patchouli with her hair down for her reference sheet. Which I know her horns do look a little wonky. I don't exactly have a good reference for, how to draw her horns. Because I want to make a 3D render of them. Before I start working on the more proper parts of the story or video game, like you know, making the actual portrait sprites. But yeah. So right now I'm just doing this before ads start, because I wanted to at least get part of this out of the way before ads, and you know, working on the back reference for the LPIA uniform, which the LPIA is an organization in the story that Patchouli joins that helps investigate paranormal phenomenon. Because magic canonically exists in the story, because obviously no normal person has horns, naturally purple hair, and pink eyes. At least from my knowledge. Like, usually if someone has pink eyes, it's due to albinism. And not because they're a person from a floating island. But yeah. Ads are starting in about a minute, so once those happen, I'm going to stop drawing. And kind of take a small break. Before I continue working more on some of the reference sheets. So yeah. Let me just do this real quick. And here we go. And the ads have started. I'm not gonna do much else other than just erase the lines here. So I'm going to drop a save, wait for ads to end, and then we can start on a different thing, which is going to be a reference of one of the uniforms. But yeah, I'm just gonna consume one of my haikus. But yeah. put these type specimens away. And I finished my Haichu. Now I continue to wait for ads to end. And just continue waiting for advertisements to end. And yeah. Also, welcome back from ads, everybody. So I'm going to stop working on this for now, cause the next thing on my to-do list, what's this? So I am going to duplicate this layer. And I'm going to go to the camera, put the Z position at negative. And I'm gonna move it.
Oops. It was a bug. I had to squish it.
I think it was an ant.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to turn off the glove layer.
Oh, hi, Sabu. Oh, goodness. There's a thing in your way. We'll move it. Here you go.
She now doesn't investigate. So, let's change the light source. I'm going to turn off the line art. And I'm going to
What are you doing, Sabu? Snarf Sneef. Neeshner.
Oh, she's sniffing the catnip toy. So, the very first thing is that I am redrawing the hands so that they make more sense with the uniform. Next thing is I am completely erasing the shoes. And that is because they are going to be replaced. I'm also going to be erasing the knee pads. A lot of this from the front. But yeah. I'm just going to do this for that. I'm also going to be moving this. Oh, that's the front. I am going to be doing this. But yeah. And yeah. And a lot of this will be removed. And Mannequin-chan returns once again. And then this will be the final thing. That is changed. And here we go. Let's do that. And then let me go look something up. So... there we go. And then... and here we go. And so... we do that. And then this. And but yeah. Let's do all of this. And that. Then continue on. So we change all of these. Now, I'm gonna finish doing that. And then do color. Which then back to color once again. And that is the back of the uniform. Let's just move this over there. And I think this is pretty good. And all before the final hour of stream. I believe I have this part in my to-do list on a different post-it note as well. Yeah, I do. So, yeah. That is now complete. So for the next 10 minutes, hold on, let me just close some of my tabs. So until the ads next happen, I'm going to continue doing the reference for Patchouli with her hair down. Hi, hope everything's been good. It's been going well. I have a trip, technically, before my classes begin. My dad's having some issues with the, he's having issues with the PC that he's going to be giving to my relatives. So he might, if he isn't able to fix it in time, he might have to cancel the trip. So yeah. But I got one of the textbooks I need for my classes. Been busy? It's understandable that you've been busy. But yeah. Thank you for redeeming the do my exercise thing. So I'm gonna do that as I have draw. And I have completed the exercises. Also, the textbook I needed for my class, it was actually on sale for 78% off. So instead of getting a paperback for like $270, I got one for $35. What are you doing, Sabu? She realized that I was talking to Chad, and she now wants to leave. Which is honestly very weird of her. Like, it's really weird that even if there's not actually someone in the house, if she thinks that I'm talking to someone else who she does not recognize because they're not part of the household, she is going to leave. She hates strangers. Like, to the point where she tries to run away at any chance, and she gets. Which kind of sucks, because she's kind of always been like that. So it kind of sucks that she, just does not want to bother with anyone outside of the immediate household. But yeah. She's always been like that, though. Like, if she sees someone, if she sees or hears someone she does not know as an immediate member of the household, she is leaving. Like, she is hauling ass out of the situation. I don't know if it's because she was raised in a trailer park. Like, she was a trailer park kitten. I don't know if it's because of that. I mean, it could be. I'm just not fully sure. Because she's just been like this since we got her. And she is, in fact, a bit of a playful kitty. She likes to play on her own, usually with a catnip toy. That's just kind of how she plays. She will occasionally play with another cat, but for the most part, she plays on her own. She's just kind of a solitary kitty. A lone gatito. In fact, she prefers spending time with me more. I think she prefers spending time with me over, like, spending time with any other cats in the house. Because she has kind of designated me as her human. But she is also really weird about it. Like, she likes to sit at my door. She usually does not want to come inside. If she does, she just goes inside very briefly to eat some food and then proceeds to leave. She just wants to stand guard right at my door. How's the book going? Actually, I worked on it for pretty much almost all of last week. I actually I was working specifically on outlines for one of the arcs. And I ended up finishing all of them on Wednesday. So I ended up doing everything on Friday. And made some pretty good progress. On the characters and stuff. But it's been going pretty well. I do, of course, still need to... I'm probably going to eventually try and do some of the stories. Like, some of the chapters, I'm going to try working on them during my semester when I'm not preoccupied with certain things. But yeah. I'm getting close to halfway done. And with the book. In fact, I'm nearly halfway done. I'm pretty much close to halfway done since I finished the third arc, like 3 out of 7 arcs. So all I really need to do is just write the outlines for the rest of the arcs and then just get started on properly writing all of them. Which is probably going to take me a long time, but I feel like it's going to be worth it in the end. But anyway, ads are starting soon. So I'm going to start my intermission now so that I can, give my mind a break from doing all this. Because I have finishing this and one more thing to do in my to-do list. So I'll be seeing y'all in a few minutes.
I'm back. Aberdeen Young.
So I think I'm going to, instead of doing what I originally planned on doing with, you know, having a hand, I'm just gonna have like this. And here we go. Yeah. So, merge that down into line art. And I think this is good. I am going to do this. No, beforehand. And yeah. And there we go. Let's do this. And now I'm going to pick up the outline. In some of these places. Like down here. But yeah. Once I finish this, I'm going to start working on Fennel's stretch marks. And then once those are done, I'm going to end stream. But yeah. And here we go. Let's just thicken that up. start filling in all this color. You know. And her sclera, eyes, and I think I'm going to make this color. And here we go. Yeah. This is, of course, just a concept. A concept that can reasonably change in the future. In fact, originally, Patchouli was going to have her hair down. But I feel like having her have her hair up might be, like, a little better for the purposes of the story. To kind of, like, highlight at the moments when her hair is down. As, like, there's, like, being scenes where she is, like, behaving different. Like, is she the OC of the story I'm making? Yeah, she is. She's actually the protagonist of the story. Her name is Patchouli. And the story is called Patchouli's Revenge. But yeah. Essentially, the story involves her, like, after... The first chapter involves her when she first arrives at the church and kind of starts... And, like, the beginning of her asserting a new identity outside of who she was. And then the next chapter happens a decade later when she is in her 20s. And she uses her abilities to help prevent someone from trying to hijack a wedding that her church was officiating. And someone witnesses those abilities and ends up revealing that to her brother, like her oldest brother, who works at an agency that investigates paranormal phenomenon. The brother and one of the lab techs goes to the church to meet with her. She ends up accepting the offer of joining the agency, has an interview, and then she moves out of the church and plans on hopefully finding her older sister, who they ended up having to no longer see each other again because, you know, her sister couldn't reasonably sneak out frequently to go visit her. So they kind of just stopped communicating altogether. For like a whole decade. Yeah, this is her with her hair down. And now I'm going to work on another character. And that is going to be Fennel. So Fennel here is one of the investigators. His profession is social work. He is an officially trained social worker. Like, that's what he went to college for. And one of the more recent things I decided to give him was classical Ehlers-Danlos, which leads to him having a rather fragile skin that frequently scars. And because of that, he, and the fact that he has a legitimate disability. But you actually have flexible Ehlers-Danlos. Do I have it? Are you out on Webtoon or something? This isn't going to be a comic. It's going to be a light novel. Yeah, I probably have flexible. I probably also have HEDS as well. So, yeah. So, yeah, he's kind of like meant to represent some of the, and it's partially why he rarely ever goes on, investigations. It's because of the fact that he, has a disability that kind of makes that a little difficult. So because of that, he is usually kind of relegated to, like, investigations that don't really require a lot of, heavy movement. Or, like, stuff that mostly requires de-escalation. He's also, you kind of love that he has it, representing invisible disabilities, invisible until it's not he gets the chill jobs. Yeah, even though he, does want to try and work on some more complex jobs, his boss, the director of the agency, is just like, she knows that, disabilities tend to fluctuate a lot. I've actually seen this myself with my mom, because my mom's chronic pain tends to fluctuate a lot. Like one day she can agree to a plan, and then the next day she has to cancel because she is just stuck in bed in pain with a whole bunch of cats just surrounding her. But because of that, and, you know, a blessing from, that is passed down from one of his ancestors, he's actually a very skilled marksman. Like, I'm not really talking about, like, guns and stuff. I'm talking about, you know, bows and arrows. He's good at, you know, being an archer. So, in case there's a mission that could get a little violent, he has the duty of, you know, being in the back with his bows and arrows. Or, like, he probably has, like, a magical bow that he kind of uses in order to, like, hit people from afar. Usually, like, this is usually just to nullify. So he's like a secret assassin? Without the assassinating part. The main thing he does is, like, the violence part usually rarely happens, so usually he's usually just trying to, like, he usually just maintains his abilities through the training ground below the agency. Assassin without the killing then, yeah. That, and usually he tries to do his job without, like, any violence, because he is. Also, thank you for the follow, oh Inkwraith. And that was a follower goal completed. So, yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, that is kind of like Fennel in a nutshell. He is a pretty chill guy. Mostly just... but wishes he could do more, but knows that because of his disability, he, you know, would struggle with some of the more advanced jobs. Those, being, like, you know, those that involve a lot of physical activity. And ironically enough, he used to be part of the color guard when he was in high school, along with a different character called Osmi. He used to do some very complex movements. But after he started college and not really being able to kind of maintain his health, his ability to do a lot of things declined. It feels like he's one of those characters everyone underestimates until shit hits the fan. Yeah, he is kind of like that, but he usually doesn't try to be super violent because of the fact that he feels like violence would lose him cool brother points. Because he has 4 siblings. You were a band kid but had to quit band and in-person learning because of your ailments? Yeah. So whenever Fennel does go, like, on an investigation, he's usually accompanied by a character like Osmi, or Dahlia, And they're mostly there so that they can help monitor his condition. Like, make sure he isn't, like, stressing himself out too much or, like, going over his limit. Yeah. Something else I'd like to mention is that I gave him a cleft palate. And that's why there's this weird, like, empty mouth full of teeth thing. Because, I, have a cleft palate. And, not really a cleft palate. I keep saying that, but it was a cleft lip. But, yeah. Because of my cleft lip, it actually went kind of down to the bone. It did not go into my soft palate or hard palate or anything like that. But it did go into my teeth. So, for, like, a chunk of my childhood, like about a year or so, like a few years, I had a needle tooth. Let's just say that I had a needle tooth. And I had to have surgery in order to remove that needle tooth. So I don't have any upper canines because of that. But anyway, ads are going to be starting soon. And once those happen, I'm going to kind of take a little break. But yeah. I gave him the scar in the same exact place that I draw it for my VTuber model. And I gave him the same no canines trait that I have. Like, well, technically no upper canines trait. But anyway, ads have started. Once ads end, I will continue with the sketch of Fennel. But yeah. About him having two friends always here to help would make a good subplot, with his possible emotional state being the one who you think needs to help always. Also, some of my audio is cutting out, but it could be because you're in a car but you're missing some of what I'm about to do with the mouth or tooth issue. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me go check my filters. I think I'm going to remove my limiter. And turn down the gain a little bit. Yeah, I just caught you. Yeah. I'll type it out just in case. Let's do 11 ads presently. Oof. But yeah, I've essentially been haunted by dental issues my entire life. Anyway, ad break is over, but I am going to wait a little bit. Before I, return to doing any drawing. So yeah. You have now escaped the ads. Welcome back. But yeah, essentially, I had a cliff flip that went down to my skull. And because of that, I had because of the location of my cleft palate, like where the cleft, spawned, one of my upper canines ended up being, essentially cut in half. And it was like half the size of a normal canine, which is often referred to as a needle tooth. I ended up having to have that removed along with my other upper canine because it was also preventing some other teeth from coming down. I had that removed along with my wisdom teeth like a decade ago when I was 11. But yeah. I'm going to erase some of these. So, yeah. Hold on, let me refresh my dashboard. But yeah, this is going to be what Fennel looks like. And it's partially why he wears long sleeves. Is because he has a lot of stretch marks. You'd never see this man in a crop top. Does it functionally affect me somehow, or is it just a unique story to tell about my smile? Also, you're supposed to get your wisdom teeth removed soon. It doesn't really affect me. Yeah, I don't think so. At least from what I can tell, since it's, been over a decade. But one thing I do know, at least from my mom, is that cleft palates can lead to issues with, like cleft palates especially. Cleft lips probably also as well. But you're tempted to see him in a crop top just because of that? Yeah. But essentially from my mom's experience with, breastfeeding me, it was harder for her to breastfeed me compared to my brother because of my cleft palate. There are noises outside. Hopefully my mic isn't really picking them up too much. But yeah. Essentially, the main thing that, a cleft palate affects is the ability to eat. It leads to malnutrition, and especially if it goes untreated for like a very long time. And because of how it usually physically shows up, it can also lead to physical, like social isolation due to looking abnormal. That is, part of the reality of having a cleft palate. I was lucky enough to, have mine removed when I had mine fixed when I was a baby. Like, I was about 11 months old when I had my cleft lip fixed. But I know that eventually I know that a lot of people. The background audio is fine. Also, BRB just got home and now you're supposed to carry your baby sister. Alright. But yeah. We just do all that. There we go. me just finish doing all that. And here we go. So let's go to fennel. I'm gonna start doing all this. Boom. And also do his hair. And eyes. Oops. Sclera. And that is his scar color. Yeah. And here we go. Plunk, 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 all the colors. Now I'm going to use the curve tool. And I'm gonna dunk those colors down. Now I'm going to these scars are going to be. When did I first start streaming here on Twitch, and how did I first get started? You're here is because you're trying to be a digital art streamer too. Well, I actually started streaming gaming stuff mostly. Yeah, around the time I graduated high school, which was like 3 years ago, actually. If you are, currently, in high school or anything along those lines, I highly suggest waiting until you are done with high school at the very least before you kind of start streaming. Because it can be very difficult to kind of balance everything out. out if you know, have a responsibility, like have 8 whole classes is that you have to do as well. My advice is to just wait until you have inevitably graduated and you know, then you can figure out how you are going to do your streaming and stuff. Another thing is that you also need to figure out what equipment you're going to need. Of course, you're kind of in between. You do online learning and you only need 4 more credits to officially graduate, so you have a little time on your hands beside appointments. Yeah, but I highly suggest waiting until you at least graduate from, you know, high school or something. Because sometimes something might come up. And like when it comes to your academics, and you might not be able to do a lot of streaming. This is why I try to balance out my streaming and academics, since I'm currently approaching my 7th semester of college. Something I usually try to do when it comes to my academics and streaming is usually I try to focus on one or the other. Like, if I'm not in a semester, I focus a lot on streaming, like my art and stuff. And other times, like if I'm actively in a semester, I usually focus on doing my assignments during that semester and rarely stream. If I even stream at all. Which I usually don't really stream at all during my semesters. Unless it's, you know, an official holiday. And I usually take the time to do a small stream. That is usually what I do. But usually when it comes to stuff like streaming and stuff along those lines, I usually wait until you're like legally an adult. So like if you are like 18 or something, it's best to wait until you reached, you know, the age that you are legally an adult. You know, wherever you live. Because I don't know if you're really able to be monetized. You're able to really monetize your streaming when you are a minor. Or if you do, you probably need like your parents' permission in order to be monetized on a streaming platform. You're turning 18 in 2 weeks? Well, hell yeah! Actually, that makes you about the age of 2 of my little cousins. Because they graduated this year. But yeah. In regards to, you know, whether or not you do stream or not, the very first thing is wait until you are legally an adult, because this gives you more opportunities and stuff. Like, if you eventually want to get sponsored or stuff, I feel like you're more likely to be sponsored or by something if you are an adult, and that gives you extra income with like affiliate codes and all that. And other thing, which is the most expensive thing, is having the right equipment. And by proxy, software. One of the biggest things about streaming is that it takes a lot of bandwidth, so you need to have a really good connection to the internet. The best connection is, of course, the Ethernet, so if you have an Ethernet port where you can plug that into your computer and you can have access to the Ethernet, which is a little more stable than a wireless connection. And the third thing is that a lot of equipment for streaming and like computer stuff is expensive, especially nowadays. So if you want to stream, like if you really want to stream, you will have to, you know, figure out how you will be able to afford your computer and all that sort of stuff. So I suggest trying to, you know, figure out like a way to gain income, like outside of like streaming and stuff, like a job that is accommodating to your disabilities and all that. That is what I would recommend the most. Like, you know, try and figure out a job that is willing to accommodate your disability. You like through remote work or something along those lines. Figure out the cost for all of your required stuff, because the best computer you can stream on is a PC. Of course, it doesn't have to be like a super massive tower. I started off with a small RTX build when I first started, before I eventually upgraded to the PC I currently have. It's just kind of like a mid-sized tower. Essentially, just know that streaming can be very expensive. Like, even more so if you're a VTuber. Because for VTubing, unless you like completely make all the assets yourself, it's going to eventually have a pretty high cost. Of course, it's entirely possible to make a VTuber model for free, but one of the biggest costs out of all of them is if you are going to be a Live 2D VTuber, the cost of Live 2D, which can get very expensive. But for like the 3-year license, if you are like a student, you can get a student discount. And for the 3-year thing. But yeah. Basically, the big thing is, you know, for like streaming and stuff is that the big thing is that it's going to be a huge money sink. And possibly you might not even gain all that money back if you decide that streaming is not for you. Streaming is not for everyone, especially if you want to do it for, you know, money. Twitch ads only pay you like a few cents for every single ad that you have running during the ad breaks. Of course, subscribers give you a little more money each month, but that mostly counts if you have like reoccurring subscribers. So if you don't have a bunch of reoccurring subscribers, you might not. It's probably not a good like money sink. But yeah. Essentially, basically just But yeah. Basically, streaming is a huge time and money sink. Especially if you want it to be what you do for a living. Game monetization can take a long time. It took me like literally 3 years in order to get to affiliate in the first place. And the equipment needed is also a huge money sink, like hundreds of dollars for a microphone. Figure out if you actually like streaming before we're trying to purchase a bunch of equipment and assets. And have a different job that can give you an income. For me though, I am kind of just a a college student who does this in her free time. I don't really do it for the money, and I don't really get enough for the payout anyway. Might consider holding off if trying to get an actual PC setup until you figure out if streaming is truly for you. Yeah. Because for streaming and stuff, one of the important things is, having a good processor. And, a good graphics card. I'd say storage is also important depending on the kind of game, if you ever do like gaming and stuff, but yeah. Essentially, it's easier to start streaming if you have like the equipment beforehand to do so. Like for me as a VTuber, I use a tracking camera, like an actual webcam. And that's because of the fact that I took some of my classes online and I needed a camera to show myself to prove that I'm not, lollygagging. And, not focusing. And, like, paying attention to the lecture. And of course, a lot of apps have come out that help with, tracking. And like VTube Studio, which I use for my VTuber model, has an app on your phone that you can use for slightly better tracking. And of course, I use VRicher as a plugin for my whole tracking to make it a little better. But that, of course, costs like money. Of course, there's a bunch of other software that you can use. Like, if you look at my YouTube channel and go to like the earliest VODs I have, it's literally like, if you go to the very first VOD where I have a VTuber model, it's literally just a model I made in a free app called VRoid Studio. Which, it cost me no money. It looked kind of boring, and because it was basically just what I look like in real life, but a little more anime. But eventually I made my own assets. I made my first, overlays, including the one that I use for my screens here, for, when I'm drawing or gaming, or sometimes doing hand cams. And eventually I purchased the 3-year trial for Live 2D Cubism, made my first ever VTuber model a few years back. It actually took me like 2 years in total to make that my first model. Then eventually last year I started making stuff for my 2.0, which is what I'm currently using, and I debuted that after the end of my spring semester of this year. But yeah. All I'm going to say is that, you may stick to PNG VTuber stuff. VTuber sounds like too much work. You actually already made your PNG YouTuber by drawing your own and using VA Double Mini. That sounds good. Like PNG models are generally the cheapest and usually will not require any, tracking cameras or tracking software. Basically, it just tracks based off of audio input. It's just that it's basically, in terms of how expensive they can get, Live 2D models and 3D models like that are custom made by a professional can get into the thousands of dollars. But a relatively simple Live 2D model, like if you just have like a headshot or half body a model, it can cost up to like $500, which is still a lot, but it's way cheaper. And the cheapest is, of course, a simple VTuber model with just a open mouth and blink. Of course, you still need a design for that, but at least that is kind of better than, having nothing on the screen. Yeah. I've actually never really had a PNG tuber model. I've just had a 3D model and then a Live 2D model. But yeah, I'm actually going to end stream here because I was planning on ending stream like a few minutes ago when the ads ended, but I kind of wanted to yap a little bit about streaming and VTubing and stuff. So tomorrow I am going to be playing Date Everything. I have a bunch of characters I still have yet to do the routes for. You can't imagine letting yourself pay hundreds for a VTuber model to be made for you. Well, sometimes it ends up being something that sometimes, like, when you first start out, that's something you might struggle to imagine. But sometimes after you have the disposable income, the ability to pay hundreds for, or even thousands, for someone to make a VTuber model for you is a possibility. But of course, when it comes to me, I feel like nothing really beats something that you made with your own hands. But yeah, I'm going to be ending stream now. Tomorrow is going to be Date Everything because I have 7 more characters to finish the routes for, and hopefully try and finish the game. But yeah, next art stream is going to be on Thursday. And I don't know if I'll be able to stream on Friday because my dad's original plan was for him and I to go up to my cousins to gift them the PC, but the PC's been having some issues. So he might have to completely cancel the trip, so I might be able to go live on Friday. But that all depends on whether or not he's able to fix the issue. Have a nice day or night. You too, Inkwrath 1. I am going to be here tomorrow. So, see y'all soon. Bye, y'all.